This door has been closed. This door has been...
Gendarmerie, you found me.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood and his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks downstairs. A cat crosses the yard.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's...
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Different, of course. His shirt. His shirt. His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned. Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview.
officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior, but he's not in the command.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
I got it from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantang. It's made from a special charcoal-colored bamboo. It's an emblem of the formal normalization of our diplomat. That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. What was that? You were supposed to fuck. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the... That's when I understood. I should...
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10...
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Drummers? Why, no. But then...
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human. I went back inside.
Yes, back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill all men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that... Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was eventually their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such... I'm afraid I don't have any...
About what time was all this?
All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse until the...
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking to us.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM. The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call your employer, technically speaking. The governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining the...
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one. A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern. What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the human development. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports, because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the Moral Intern.
But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values? The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje, Sur-la-Clé. Martinez? No. Martinez is... Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, but they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer? Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of APIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community. Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when... Whatever you wish, officer. My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending. It's warm. It's also Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for... Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. I'm just enjoying the view. We're old friends. Nothing's taboo between us. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very... I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, Of course, I'm sorry I couldn't be the break you were looking for. Good luck with the investigation. Was there anything else? Of course. I'm...
The aging alcoholic.
You're back. Good. What can I help you? You have.
Finally, time to choose sides.
Of course, Detective.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it does.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another...
Tell her she'll like you for it.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough?
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man. And then talks about that.
A strange equanimity has overtaken the lieutenant.
What else? Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw must... When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Yes. As you said.
Please don't get him in a loop. If he gets in a loop, it will last forever. Ask him to say something.
Of course. Thank you for the advice. I'm glad you are here to assist. Your other dealings with Everard are still of considerable interest to me.
The lieutenant will be more lenient toward...
Of course, Detective. Just until then, is there anything I can help you with? Hello again.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Because you see it, finally. This wall is sublime. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in... Oh, Wall Father.
Huh?
He sounds tired of it all.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I suppose we have to pass by it again at some point anyway.
Hello again, officers. What for? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait. No, it's great.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. Stop quivering like jello. Then you won't get fucked.
But that would mean he doesn't say every pathetic thing that pops in his head.
I think everyone would rather you didn't. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try not to hurt yourself. I know so. Oh, but I'm all out.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way you're disfiguring that beautiful wall with something as pedestrian as ordinary paint.
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time and your? Got the 20 real?
The breath catches in his chest. The light.
Do you have money tonight? Then you really don't need a free room, do you? But you know what? You're in luck, because you don't have to ever pay me again. Really? Uh-huh. Perfectly serious. You don't have to pay me anything. You don't have to give me any money at all. If you want a room, yes, you'll need to pay me, but you don't have to just give me money.
This isn't a fucking joke.
No, you can choose to give me 20 real for a room, or you can you want a free place to sleep? Fine. You've already unlocked your new room. The trash container outside is ready and waiting.
The lieutenant is paying. This was your responsibility. I cannot help you now. I am sorry. A new dimension of reality will open. A portal is this. It is not clear. All that is known is sleep in the trash and there is no coming back.
I don't care what you do. Sleep in the trash or pay for a room. I don't care anymore. You do that. If you can pay another 20 real, I'll give you the room again. Now, is there anything you wanted?
Yes?
The door is closed. The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says,
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
The trash container stands in the spring snow. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The smell of rotten food rises up at you as you climb inside the trash container. The lieutenant averts his eyes. His gaze is focused on something nebulous in the far distance. You crawl out of the trash container. The lid clangs shut. The fresh air rushes into your lungs, but does not clear them of the lieutenant greets you with a small nod. The container remains as inviting as a coffee.
Yes?
The trash container. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The smell of rotten food rises up at you as you climb inside the trash container. Darkness engulfs you. The stink of rot nearly knocks you out. For a minute, you can smell cigarette smoke wafting in from outside.
Good night, detective.
This is where you belong. Disgraced cop sleeps in trash. A deranged law official was found sleeping in a trash container behind the Whirling in Rags, a hostel cafeteria in Martinez. Gart, manager of the establishment, had this to say. He did ask for a free room, and I said no. I don't make the room.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time and yours?
The tear machines, your bottles clunk.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help. Sure. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after that. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can... Yes? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but...
How could anyone forget, asshole? The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. The material delicate, the cadaver slow. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight. It's hard. The man before you is naked. As you narrow your only the lower, the cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His There are 8 pairs. You won't get far. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin...
Of course. You have questions. Don't come back later, cop.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about your Get lost! Yeah? The king? Yeah, whatever. The fuck do you... Good call. Kuno does...
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Surely things can't be that bad.
You sense that she won't judge you, no matter what you say.
You know where we are, right? Now. We are alive in a hostel called the Whirling in Rag. Oh my, how would I even begin to tell you? I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? There. The year is 51 and...
Outside, spring rain seeps.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have... Oh, dear. This is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't really, but we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
You didn't do very well, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality. A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new. Something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. It has something to do with everything.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I...
Someone more educated in these things than me? Someone rich, maybe. Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. But thank you, sweetie. You did make me forget about my worries for a while. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae. Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Oh, yeah. Here comes the...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence, it's named the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering it with us, officer. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries even. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish... Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit One other thing, he'll likely have I hope I've been useful. Of course, dear. That would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur desert. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fatum, or no one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appear. That's what makes it so peculiar. There are limits, you see, to how long.
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
Cryobacter catlensis. Yes, a unicellular bacterial colony. Mijanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Oh, sweetie. It's not all quite so awful. After Mijanou treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric, and we can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades. Of course,
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from a fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough. If congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. And maybe, just maybe, you succeeded. Or maybe you were trying to smash your own. bed is still cold from the broke. This fan has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as a mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. You're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomforts of you.
And there's a lot of it. Ever present in your organ. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Yes, your body is a system, and it's failing you because you're failing it.
You had your chance, Harry boy, and you missed it. Started thrashing. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why? Sure you do.
Some of them are nice. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of...
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blink.
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it?
The window stands broke. The morning light hurts your... The door is...
Yes?
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. I am. So are you. What brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Really? Well, I look forward to that. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those... He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, nothing. That I didn't see anything. What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Sure. Anything else? You did? And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. Why not? He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from... That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. To his opportunities in Occident. Sur la clé. Still. Or is it just money? I don't know. Hmm? What about me, gendarme? Bye-bye, gendarme.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Look, the insane police officer is back.
The small man mimes, blowing his brains out. You see his rat face. There's laughter in the room. Try not to kill yourself this time.
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already roll on the others, and he's in witness protection.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella? Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make? Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to save me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school.
You're doing a hell of a job, man.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. Everyone is afraid of witnesses. Witness is a scary word. The man ponders his cooking utensils.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Like undercover?
Well, as far as disguises go, this is one of the best I've seen. I mean, I could swear you're an actual bum.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a...
It's not just this week. What you want?
Don't even try to win him over. You won't. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other.
Oh, I definitely know.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
He seems to be observing you through the reflective glass of his eyewear. There's no repeating it, gets no reaction from the man with the sunglasses. Suddenly, the world is very quiet. Even the...
Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere good. Okay. Oh no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and just some regular bar. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? None taken, my friend. None taken. Let's be honest. There's been some purely fictional talk in our imaginaries, and the conclusion is that a man with your caliber should form his own one-man police. Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I say, it's just an urban myth.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by the sunglass.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that set.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Yes, a superstar cop.
He didn't answer your question.
No.
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now. Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why are you?
Who knows why we do the things we do? Somehow, bouncing those ideas off the man with sunglasses felt calming. Like you've done it before. You know what? It must be because he's buff. He looks like he works out. Like he's got the devil on his back.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? Let's do it. You're not shitting me, Millen. I can smell it all the way here. The whole town's...
We're getting to it. There have been complications.
I would love to, but I'm busy fucking off and not cramping your style. And that might cramp it, I don't know. Oh my god, there's more.
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy.
Watch out for yourself.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still, yes, just cross it off the list.
Again? I can't. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay.
Jean, he said.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Yes, I am. I know.
Here's the real deal.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you're not. You're not the only cop in the world.
Something changes in her. It's pity.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets this?
What precinct?
Am I from?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
You're an asshole. You know what? Maybe.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay? I don't know what to...
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
You're a fucking asshole. Are we done here?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for the bosses, man. Dunno. What you need?
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing to... The woman still has... There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit. Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management late. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class.
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you? God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trace of...
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what? You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park. Or I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
There. She's worried now. She sighs, but...
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. That's one way to put it, yes. No offense. I'd also add
Wait, did she just imply that you're fat? You're not fat. The body type she's referring to is called a Franco-Nigerian hard body.
You both share what? I'm not sure about the rest, but softly round sounds about right. He's not in great shape. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to... I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra...
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park, or on the coast. And it's making her more...
Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again.
She turns away from you in an...
So you are going...
She genuinely wants you to now. Don't make her ask.
Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure...
She tries to maintain a brave front.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. Right.
She gives you.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom?
Before you say anything, ask yourself, Is the woman... Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? What does that mean? Are you certain? Oh, but who am I to question? All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. Thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
It will only last a day or two, a week tops. Then her mood will sour and she will feel the curse again.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we be...
Hello again, esteemed.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't. Well, the rest of that Nancy stuff was really just there to make the gun thing more appealing. But it might work anyway.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints. Of course you have. You've been calling people Kip left and right. And
Callie said they've been trying to set up a race rally, whatever the fuck that means. Trying to get the Kips out of Revachol before the economy goes to shit. Sure there is. Callie said they're bulk purchasing confetti, ribbons too, and loudspeakers. And fireworks!
get the fuck out of here, you...
What happened? We got absolutely wiped. Let's go before it gets...
What's going on? Are you racist now? Is the rally real? There is no rally, come on. Just ask questions. You need to put this race rally garbage in the rearview mirror. You're back before the cargo container.
Oh, hey, mister.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... And for his fellow man. That's right, Mr. Dubois. You're turning out to be quite the individualist there. So, you had business with me. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on every... Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best. Helping people.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel...
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a... But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
That's not how you baton someone. The technique is way off. You strike with your whole body, not just the baton.
Oh, Harry, thanks for the tip. I'll leave doing the real damage to you. You are the real police officer.
That's all he's going to say on this subject.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hat. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Sadamoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. All hardened. One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy. The one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do...
An entire neighborhood of killers.
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the name. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must...
So these idealists killed our...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us..." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid...
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. Always working to advance their position, and old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the street.
Separate one from the herd.
Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach troubles. Horrible, revolting guy. You would die, Harry. You would die, and in the process start a bloody and completely unnecessary war between the Debardairs Union and the Citizens' Militia. Angus, his ever-growling stomach, and his smelly feet are all part of the Union. You have as much right to arrest him as I have to arrest your partner here. Actually, less. Because this is my hometown, my territory, and my backyard. You are a guest here, Harry. Please Oh, Harry. This is getting real grim, and there's no need for that. We are friends. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we...
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good tour? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left.
He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers...
Roller skating. Not drugs, Harry.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already... They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architect. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then, my dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to...
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Most certainly, Harry. By all means, Harry. What? Oh, how could I forget your little side project? Well done, Harry. Well done. Don't even tell me what it was. But...
So do I. That's one tasty... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's... You're back before the cut.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend. Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group, and they're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilante?
Why not? Must be nice being something else for a change. The rest of us are just folks.
Right to work!
Looking for something?
rusting control panel. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. The water lock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything.
Focus on one thing. Achieve it, then the next.
Yes?
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. Yet someone used to live here.
In this yard? Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure, for cheap. It didn't. A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after. Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines. Yes, for you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash.
It's not meant as nagging.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with foray.
There's no way to listen to the tape without a working, but even just holding the tape makes you feel a little sad. A pawn shop would have a tape player. A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian. It must be cold and lonely down there.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out. But
the ice hasn't closed around the...
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes, yes. Clearly, this is a triumph. I'd say let's wait for the low tide and see what... I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you, the hinges creak under your weight. Dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Yes, yes, it does. Let me think about it.
It's impossible to say if it's happening, if the clouds pass in the sky and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed.
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ill...
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? But it could also be the number of a police precinct. Precinct 41.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy. Oh God, Harry. Oh no. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this. I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
The lieutenant adjusts. There is also a fourth thing you've lost. More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
People, yes, but not you.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the... You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema. Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably. Try definitely.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with you see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number. The date. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. Good choice. A newer photo would look different. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression. It looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it as you are now. Don't be fooled. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3...
It's no wonder you are like you are.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price.
And you? Is it an honor to work with you? The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it.
Harrier? That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. Why? It's a cool name. I like it. Besides, you're Harry anyway. No one's ever called Harrier.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you Officer when he's angry with the badge in your hands shines as you wrote.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM. The title of Yefreitor is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted up, and sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case,
heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good. Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachot. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a cap. Kings like satellite officers and the additional Yefreitor rank.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconvention, it matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil such a small yet
That's just the serial number. Revachot, 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of lieutenant. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing...
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself to death. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march. A lot can happen in 4 months. Especially... Paintbrush? Check. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of...
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's...
Hello again, officers.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? This reality. Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of...
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only...
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer.
All right, you're in. Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover paying. Aren't we all? Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. Revachol? Revachol is what? The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory. Beyond patriotism.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflict. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About...
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor. Light reflect...
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea. And she observes your eyes scanning the horizon. Then breaks the silence. Slowly. This is one thought you need.
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember...
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner... Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
That is understandable, but perhaps it's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
What I am not is a basic term of reality.
Everyone wants to talk about themselves.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called... They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralists.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of...
The rulers of Revachol.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. Why, of course. We're talking Duke out Central. No. I would say the apes were neutral. On the other hand, maybe you're right.
No. The tiny apes are doing all they can to be better. It's not their fault.
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution.
She's not gloating. It's a...
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they... Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Yes. The Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes. King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down, him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. The turn of the century revolution? The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though it wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of...
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill.
The zone of control is the third in modernity. They develop the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven. No, it was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... we could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we'd played it right. Good question. Oh.
No, her first.
And I asked you, past less detective of the citizens' militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing.
You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. They are what they are. Who knows? Anyway, enough sentimentality. It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde...
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use. That seems unlikely.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devour. I am an ultra.
It's sharp.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and we surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane person identifies as ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. I can see we're not so different, you know.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. They forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
I'm afraid you'll find that every woman is a devil woman, Detective. There are only aesthetic differences. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of...
An appropriate warning to those who cross the line and pull the city into madness, while a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt East.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or... Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole eastern...
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes, an oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes, I suppose I am.
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. Mostly the urban middle class. Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears...
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen in... Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too pop. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it. All right. What next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything more lessons in basic? Glad to have been of assistance. By love, you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation... What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will. Because let me tell you, we are in dire waters.
How bad can the info she...
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile? Tea, perhaps?
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You do. You make money. You got gills, baby. Meaning those black papers with it ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. You didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in. You're a straight rider. Yeah, you're in the sales business. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. 98% of all your money. What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a cool immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die. Keep it street.
Hello again, officer.
The lieutenant is death. Hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honor? Can't you I haven't really... Yeah? Lying is cool.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she...
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us? You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
Let's see. Yeah, the old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, "You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter?" asks Lieutenant McCoy. "Uh-huh," replies Torson. "The ass on that one." McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her.
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me?
Don't let him drink that. One more push, quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, afraid.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Belongs.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. Remember what you said to her? You told her you want to have.
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
I know her.
How well do...
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what...
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months. You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer isn't...
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a... What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun.
What do you think I meant? Yeah, Pretty much. No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship.
Something is off here. His anger.
It was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like...
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know.
Here you go, boss.
Remember what I said. Freight train off. Again? Serious? Yeah. What?
Officer, what was that? Yes. Yes. The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her? Understood. It is. This would have been good to know before. It should have. Anything else? Okay, that's manageable. What you're saying is, you raped her?
Ice is forming on the inside of it.
Then, don't ever say that again. What else? Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. We'll be all right, Lieutenant.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be all right.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you...
The door is closed. There's still a dent in the vinyl where you punched it before. This little depression is all you could inflict. Why are you doing this? Don't do this to me, please.
Who is it?
This is the police.
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could sneak. This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian. Marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container. It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed. This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs. Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't...
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses. Anything of note?
It's been used quite... This toothbrush belongs to someone who doesn't give a... This medicine cap, there it is, the orange sun wearing blister pack. You feel almost nostalgic for it. Silently, the bottle slides into your palm. Then it feels so sleek and beautiful. You got it. Here comes the afterburner. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. The wind brushes them off the roof. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
I don't know, Lieutenant Ifrater. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious... I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the...
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite, a dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind...
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is...
It's barred from the inside. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next, smooth as ice. There are following your lead. The lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the circle.
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced? Yes, that one. Cold wind is seeping in right now.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, then toned over several years of self-defense training.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. Nice. I don't know about that
Where a ripe corpse still hangs from the tree. The woman doesn't flinch, but there is something in her light brown eyes.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57.
Have I ever? This man has an unforgettable way with words. See? Say nothing. So strange. Who says that?
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the...
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult. No need to dilly-dally. She's tough. You'll sound like a namby-pamby. Coach Physical Instrument is overdoing it, even by my standards. Say something else first.
Yeah. It's pretty
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad. The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The SAD got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door. For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial SAD spill in there. That's pretty hardcore. I'm part of the anti-hero.
Sheer terror, panic, and screaming.
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol? Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. You tell me, officer. I've been trying to open it, in case the contamination gets to the roof and I have to move on. Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should... No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
With money, sir. It's not exactly the NT-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there. Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. One of my favorites. Like not being able to stay up for 36 hours, not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a merit speed molecule, basically. Very funky. It is.
The lieutenant makes a note. He finds the answer unsatisfying.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Yeah? Alright. Clasier Amandou. I'm 28. Something stupid.
Wanna hear what's stupid? Somewhere in a one-room apartment on Boogie Street, a young man shows Patrol Officer Tilbrook his partner, Emil Mullins, can't be there. He's in another apartment with another man who's showing him a dead dog. He's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under the radiator.
No, no. More stupid. But I need literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Aranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then Revacholian Lit would fit you like a glove.
Nothing. I do nothing with it. It's not very cool, but what can you do? Nothing cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Aranese Lit. Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Aranya.
It's the world's most tired smile. Miss Aranya, now there is something you should linger on.
It's a beauty pageant, held in the year of our century 37. It's a competition for stupid girls. Men look at them, and when you have the fewest deviations from the norm, I've been told it's a type of mediocrity that I possess. Yes, and for that I got a crown and a sash, and a scepter, and a scholarship to study. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. A bad memory, officer. It's the past. People can't go back to the past. The record. So official. Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Is it? It is afternoon. Time flies, man. Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to...
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life.
I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. I'm sure there is one person in the world who does. I mean, there are so many people. But let me make this clear. The man in that tree did not rape me. We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is. You're still...
What did you do when you...
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. I guess you can say that, yes. A bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? With longing.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh yes. I have multiple viewpoints. From
a bitter cringe. It...
You called us, the RCM.
Yes. I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez...
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there.
Tearing off his armor, demeaning him, throwing rocks at him.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it.
So, she's God's mystery foam cutter.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea. I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was...
I didn't want to, sir. And he still...
We will move the body to the morgue today, miss. Don't worry.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing.
And his role in this strike was... what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military. Worked for Wild Pines. And against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea. Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work.
She changes balance from one foot to another, crossing her legs.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She sees them in each other's arms.
Yes. And then he's dead. His mouth agape.
She dips the cigarette in the lighter's flame and inhales.
I can see the similarity, yes.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Not my favorite topic. How about we, change the subject?
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise. I have bad news for you. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you. You too. Me? Get out of here. These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info. You can't trust them in. Believe it. You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one you usually does. Huh? No, Mr. Conclusion. You're always kind of limited in your analytical abilities. That's not her fault. I think it's safe to assume, yes, Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, no, he's not going to show up. I'm sorry. Your lie detection isn't working. It's not her doing. He's just totally inept. It looks like you're also an idiot. No, not an idiot. You're just more of a sensitive type. Thinks with his heart. There's no way of knowing. At the moment, all of the bullshit, man. I ain't, especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumps. Glory, truth, softness. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this, she likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature. How it always does. Through there's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do. No. It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. The silence broken. She...
God, no. Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m. drinking coffee.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. Something cracks inside. It is an unbelievable...
Nice.
Filling you with a belief in your...
Sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain, at least. Would it hurt to look in?
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
Boring footprints. I want to jump to sensationalist. You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is good. He likes it. That's a little smile there.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still, the size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
over there, in the corner. Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't...
The pinball machine? Gordy's Goats, a classic. A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by... The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb. The peak of the mountain is at the top. Areas around the playfield represent... Indeed. Think of them as balls. It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls. Go, go, Fingerball.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was. The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent. He also hit his wife and kids. Other people's kids too.
But you seem to be having fun.
Your game is definitely improving. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides up. Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. Us too.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine. At Lucky Goats, the fog looks soft, and this can be navigated. The balls leave almost empty. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
Ah, if you can't even see it. The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. It killed itself to spite you. There goes nothing, Fingerboy. The machine is dead and so... You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. It's painted blue.
There must be a key somewhere. Probably somewhere in the whirling. It's not too important. We can get in and out.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is the maintenance card under the control panel reads, last maintenance, 10th July, 88. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descente, and an international...
That it does. I say, let's brave it. No, it was maintained in 88 of the previous century. If some form of time travel becomes possible in the future, I doubt its inventors will use it to repair elevators. Seems so, although it's pretty...
Officer, it's a fine day for not my favorite topic. How about we, change? Sure. I'm afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's okie dokie. The record.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in?
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his...
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic spirit?
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
She wasn't raped. The witnesses' statements were very clear.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fuck...
His hands become fists.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fuck...
Titus Hardy!
Success. Titus backs off. Goddamn, no one tells you to put your fist...
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll...
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man. You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no you. We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works?
Understood? You've listened in on their communications.
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it?
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
You don't care about evidence. The fuck?
Pixty, they don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting...
I won't be on your bulletin. Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need it. Yeah? What if you do that?
You stare at the great door gunner megamix. If only you had. The tape feels ominous. Upon it, the dead... The tear machine. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Hello, hello. Let me know. A tape. We have boom boxes for sale that will play it. Check the shelves.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amp. This is you. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed at a discount. I do have to keep the light.
A man like that in a neighborhood like this, in a rickety house falling into the sea, there's fear in him. Use it to your advantage.
Actually, yes. Let's. 8 is an even better number than 12. Even more internal balance. Better integrity, too. And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything.
porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to that. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing, as telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even... Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your guts. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. The porter reel is just you push, commencer, and the tape starts spinning.
This isn't Revachon. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice one. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
End of recording. One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his. A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad, who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoy is just merc talk. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony. At least to some...
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery. The contrast feels chilly, inappropriate even.
Still here.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Smart boy. You go do that.
I've got nothing to say to...
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me. Where did they get the...
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via de-encryption station. It's authentic.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi, he wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for? Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchline. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person. Then...
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man.
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man.
There is a small measure of pride in her, that she could quell the rage in such a beat.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his.
Lelystad. That's a good start. It just occurred to me, colleague. We still haven't performed a field autopsy on the deceased. The questions I have assume some kind of foreknowledge on our part. I suggest we go and perform it now, and return once we've brought ourselves up to date. Miss, excuse my colleague. He has recently suffered brain damage. We will now go and do our duty. You won't have to look at that site much longer.
There is no talking him out of this. And no, the incident has not had a good effect on his opinion of you either.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
This window is pristine on...
Can I help you? No, you don't. It's not happening. by causing more trouble, I think we're good. The whirling doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the styles it can do without right now. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of '44. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape. This is the look of a man who's defeated.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbled. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Anne. That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape. Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little
funny. No good goddamn son of right. Oh, fucking righty then. I guess it's good then.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors. Tight.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Women are crazy. Irrational. That's what you're thinking, right? Also, your fists are itching for a bump.
Yeah.
He does not sound very convinced anymore.
Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. I don't know what the fuck that means, R&E.
I've noticed the same. Yes, he meant Oranese literature. Women are always reading.
The lieutenant adjusts his electronic wristwatch. Psychological and physical training from an unknown government body. I noticed it. You noticed it. They haven't.
Yeah, they're all queers. Can't bump, hard fist, or anything.
It's all right, Glenn. I just thought,
Yeah, that was fucked up.
You wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know, you might want to lay off this topic.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool. I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. Is meant.
Come on, Titus. It's been a long day. I'm tired of running back and forth between you.
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said.
Fuck! This is the petulant rage of someone who's at that.
That lying, scamming. We're done.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can.
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beers in us.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be. Clausia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good. Those are the other guys. My shit is solid gold. You can trust me. Oh, you don't like these arguments? Let's see you come up with your own then. Why is Goldmouth mean to him? Something is wrong. It doesn't look like he's succeeding.
What the hell are you talking about? Look around, cop. These men are dock workers.
I don't know, boss. I'm always up for a...
Yeah, me too.
You won't hear it. That's enough for the circus now, officer. Let's do procedural questions, or even...
These working class oafs don't know how to talk about feelings. You shouldn't have opened up to them, or anyone.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.